Again, I want to welcome you here to Broadbent Arena, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have our Kenia show over here and our Maine-Anjou show, followed by our miniature Hereford and then Bromley Open shows. Again, we do have an exciting day here in Broadbent Arena, and we do need those first classes of Maine-Anjou heifers and first classes of key bulls to be making their way in the makeup ring. And again, making their way in the ring is Class 1 Maine-Anjou heifer calves over in your Maine-Anjou female show. This heifer's date of birth is May 3rd of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 1 Maine-Anjou heifers.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here at the North American and having the honor to sort through the main show today. A young lady brings us just a single entry here in our May class, and certainly a female that brings a tremendous amount of quality to the table, one that you certainly admire for added stoutness and power. An opened up female that is wide pinned and very, very bold. You know, she doesn't probably tie the highest out of the top side of her shoulder. I still think she gets out and handles herself relatively well, but no doubt a female that if you like power and you like stoutness, and a female that can still get out and go, a nice place to start. Congratulations to her.
And first place in Class 1 over in your Maine-Anjou female show goes to entry number 5, LJM Whose Vogue, exhibited by Leslie Mesh of Collins, New York. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now in the ring is Class 2 Maine-Anjou females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 17th through April 2nd of 2025. Again, entering the ring now is Class 2 Maine-Anjou heifer calves. And over in your Kenya Bull Show placings in Class 1, first place goes to entry number 78, DYEX Fastback 302N, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. Congratulations to that exhibitor, as they also will be your champion early junior bull calf champion. Again, the entry number 78 was first place in Class 1 and automatic champion early junior bull calf. Would like to take this time to introduce your Kenya judge today, Mr. Charlie Boyd and Blake Boyd. Charlie Boyd joins us from Maine-Anjou, Kentucky, where he and his family, Paula, Blake, and Grace, and Logan, own and operate Boyd Beef Cattle, a 5-generation seed stock operation. Charlie has served on many cattle organization boards, including the Kentucky Angus Association and the American Angus Association, both as president. Charlie received his Bachelor's of Science from the University of Kentucky and has been fortunate enough to judge many shows all across the country. And joining him today is Mr. Blake Boyd. Blake resides in Maine-Anjou, Kentucky with his wife Grace. They, along with Blake's family, operate an Angus and Hereford seed stock operation that has been in the business for over 120 years. Boyd Beef Cattle hosts 3 production sales annually, selling over 200 bulls and females to progressive cattlemen across the country. Blake attended both Butler Community College and Oklahoma State University, where he was on 2 nationally competitive livestock judging teams. If you could join me in giving Mr. Charlie and Blake Boyd a big round of applause for being here on the Green Shavings.
As we jump into our April class here, certainly a very, very high quality class, and in particularly in this top pair of females that are contrasting in terms of type and kind, but feel like a very good place to start here with this young lady's heifer, a female that combines so many good things in terms of combining her added look up front and still opening up great in terms of her body shape. She's a big hipped female. She's heavy structured, gets out and handles it extremely well in my mind in terms of her feet and legs. The biggest spread that I see between the 2 cattle, I just think there's so much more punch and stoutness in this young lady's heifer. You know, if you got ultra critical, maybe set her back in her knee just a little bit, in particularly on her offside. But man, that's a high quality one that does a lot of neat things. You know, the profile of this young lady's Brockle female is awesome. She's extended, she's attractive, very feminine in terms of her head and neck. She's a female that's long and level. When you get off to the profile, a female that still is awesome when we get her into motion. I like how flexible she is. She's very athletic. The issue is you compare her to that one that wins, and stepping behind her just read her quite a bit flatter in terms of her body shape and her pin set. If we can stouten that girl up, she can make a harder push in this particular class. She's got the build and skeleton, though, that makes you think she's going to be a very good big one. Young lady comes here in 3 with a very solid female, just gets out-horsed and out-powered today. She's a little greener in terms of her condition, very feminine, very attractive through the front third of her body. She's got a nice sweep to her underline. She's not as heavy structured, not as stout, not as powerful as those ones right above her, but time is on her side. I think that female's got a nice future. Young man's heifer rounds out the class here, probably has just a shade more punch and stoutness when you step in behind her. I read her just to be a little bit off in terms of her balance when we get off the profile of her. Read her with just a little bit more crest to her neck, maybe a little rounder in terms of her pin set. Just not quite as good when we get off to the side of them, but a female that you certainly like for her function, her body, and her added power. Congratulations to that class. Another very high quality single entry here for this young man, and a female that obviously the thing that you first realize about her is how powerful and opened up she is. A female that is overwhelming in that regard. Monster in terms of her hip and her pin set, incredibly bold bodied for this stage of the game. Got a great sweep to her underline. Just a very, very stout, powerful individual, especially for this stage of the game. You know, in all honesty, we could maybe peel a little bit off, in my opinion, of this female right now. Just lean her up, and I think it'd help her get out and travel just a little bit better. Her angles to her skeleton read good. I just want to see her go just a little bit freer in terms of her hind leg. With that being said, being very critical of a heifer that could have stood a tremendous amount of competition, we'll get him back out here in our division drive here in just a moment. If you would, put your hands together for this young man.
And catching you up over in your Kenya Bull Show, placings in Class 2 are as followed. First place in Class 2, an automatic champion senior bull calf, goes to entry number 81, a DAJS Metallic Cat, 1124, exhibited by Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. Second place in that class, an automatic reserve division, will go to entry at number 80, RJPF Onsite, 421M, exhibited by Annalie Pullman of DePaul, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. First place in Class 3, an automatic champion junior yearling bull, goes to entry number 83, BAME Site Lights Out, 402M, exhibited by Caleb BAME of Findlay, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now selecting your grand champion at Kenya Bull. Again, we're now selecting your grand champion, Kenya Bull.
As we get to the conclusion of our first division here, certainly an exciting group of young calves come through the ring, and not a ton of numbers, but the quality is certainly there. You know, very excited to see what the day brings, because the quality to this point is certainly exciting. It comes down, in all honesty, to me for a decision for reserve, in my opinion. I like the heifer we're going to use here for champion extremely well, just in terms of her combination of look, balance, and power, and still having a quality hind leg to go along with it. Like I said in class, I'd tweak her just a little bit in terms of her front knee and her front end, but being critical of one that I think is very, very good. And then for reserve, I think you got a decision between one that's a little immature yet, that you really like from the outline and her structure, or one that's very stout and powerful and more ready to go, that maybe you just want to limber up in terms of her hind skeleton and maybe just make her a shade more later maturing. So with that being said, congratulations to these young people on doing a great job in this division. Young lady in the middle is going to be your champion. We're going to follow her up with the second place in that class to be reserved. Congratulations.
And your grand champion Kenia Bull here at the North American will go to entry number 81, DAJS Metallic Cat 1124, exhibited by Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Kenia Bull will go to entry number 80, RJPF Onsite 421M, exhibited by Annalie Pullman of Deflos, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 4 Key Angus Bulls. Again, we're ready for Class 4 Key Angus Bulls. These bulls' date of birth range from April 9th of 2025. And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou female show, placings in Class 2 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 11, SFFC Augusta Pride 529, exhibited by Bogarth of Rockville, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to entry number 8, Kena GTC Ag Missin' Me, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class goes to entry number 9, NFLL 530 in Pepper, exhibited by Casey Baker of Florence, Montana. Fourth place goes to entry number 10, MJCC Nova, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. And please note, entry number 7 was a scratch. And first place in Class 3 goes to entry number 15, JMGC Emmys CHIC, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And your Division I champion Heifer Calf, Junior Heifer Calf, will go to entry number 11, again exhibited by Stormy Swan of Rockville, Indiana. And your Reserve Division female will go to entry number 8, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 Maine-Anjou Heifer Calves. These heifers' date of birth range from February 21st through February 2nd of 2025. And first place in Class 4 over in your Key Angus Bull Show are as followed. First place and automatic champion late junior bull calf will go to entry number 179, DAJS TikTok 712, exhibited by Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. And second place in that class and your reserve division champion will go to entry number 180, CHBB Nico, exhibited by Cade Banter of Eaton, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 5 Key Angus Bulls. These bulls were born on January 25th of 2025 and 22nd of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 5 Key Angus Bulls.
Well, a really fun pair to evaluate over here as we continue on in our Maine-Anjou show, and we're going to leave these cattle as they are right here. And I do think it's challenging. I do think it's relatively close. I think the two cattle are on different kind of stages of where they're at, and maybe being ready to be competitive and necessarily hit their ceiling. Today, it's just hard to kind of get away from the young lady heifers up front, just from her balance and proportions, the ability to blend together so seamlessly. A very feminine, attractive-headed kind of female that's really nice through her chest floor to flank. I think balances up extremely well. She's dead level in terms of her hip. She probably blends quite a bit better from her shoulder into her forerib, and all that just pieces together quite a bit better today as we stand. You know, that female, I think, gets out and travels well. I'm not going to tell you that I think she's a pure athlete in terms of her hind leg, but certainly don't want to get too hard on her today, especially in this setting. I'm sure one of the first times being out, a very complete, stout, great balanced female to go ahead and lead off. I'll be honest, the young lady's heifer here that comes here in two, man, I think if we come back and show these things as breds next year, this one could give them all that they want. This female's got big pieces and is very, very intriguing. Neck shoots out way out of the top side of her shoulder. Beautiful in terms of her feature up front. Very late maturing in terms of where she's at, and she comes to the ring today. I do think she's got a better hip and hind leg than the female that starts out this class today. The issue I get with her is we get off to the side of her. Does she just put it all together good enough today? Is she just too barren right in behind her shoulder and her forerib? Does she come apart too much? When you study her from the transition from her shoulder into her mid-spine, do all those things piece together quite good enough? Ultimately today, I didn't think so. Young lady, keep working on that one though. A little more flesh, a little more time. Heifer's got huge pieces and an awesome skeleton underneath of her. I think she's got very, very big things to come in her future. Young lady's heifer that comes next, just found a little bit more sharpness and stoutness in her than the young lady behind her. A big pinned kind of female that's heavy structured, got a cooler look through the front third of her body. She wants to fight this young lady today when we get her out in motion, and I got just having a hard time getting a great read on her structure. I think she's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, coordinated in terms of her hock, but a good female there. It's got a lot of quality. A big body Cowie one rounds out our class. That it's unfortunate there's not more in here because certainly a very high quality female to be standing in fourth today in this particular group. I thought she was the most general about her feature, the frailest in terms of her construction, but one that's going to make a tremendous cow for that young lady.
And catching you up over in your Key Angus Bull Show, placings in Class 5 and automatic champion early junior bull calf will go to entry number 184, Press Upside 507N, exhibited by Prescott Cattle Company of Winchester, Indiana. And second place in Class 5 in your reserve division will go to entry number 183, Sexy Kingston RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson of Two Halt, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 6 in automatic champion senior yearling bull will go to entry number 192, LLW Cardinal Crosshair, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Admore, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those bull exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion Key Angus bull here in Broadbent Arena. And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou Heifer Show, placings in Class 4 are as followed. First place goes entry number 21, Kena TSSC Katie 205N, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 23, SIXR Press 0202N, exhibited by Cindy Skinner of Waterford, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 17 at CFCC Sophie 242N, exhibited by Kaylee Petergrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 20, CFCC Ziela 760, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Blunsville, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is Class 5 Maine-Anjou heifer calves. Again, these heifers' date of birth range from January 29th through January 30th of 2025. Would like to take this time to introduce your Maine-Anjou female judge for today, Mr. Bodie Sliff from El Paso, Illinois. He's from Illinois, where he helps manage Tree Lane Farms, a cattle operation which specializes in raising Angus and Simmental cattle. Bodie was a member of the judging team at Lakeland Junior College, then transferred to judging at Oklahoma State University. Bodie is currently a sales representative for the show circuit online sales. If you could join me in giving Mr. Bodie a big round of applause for being out here with us on the Green Shavings.
One other awesome pair of them here as we continue on and get into our Januaries here, and two cattle that are different in type and kind, and once again probably a little different in where they're at in their maturity pattern. At the end of the day, the extra density and cow power and stoutness and kind of donor look of the young man in the cowboy hat is what I elected to lead off with, and I think she's just very ready to go. A female that is huge boned, huge footed, just has a distinct advantage when you step in behind the cattle at this stage of the game in terms of spread and natural base width underneath. Just a bold, just donor cow looking one, if you will, when you get on top of that female. And I still think she handles herself extremely good when we get her into motion. You know, you could be a little critical of that one. Is she just the most ladylike and feminine about her head and her neck and how that all ties together up there? No. And that is where the female behind her has the advantage, but I can't get past her added boldness, her power and density and hind leg quality today. Young lady heifer that comes here in two, man, I think that one is really, really good, and I love a lot of things about her. Very late maturing, very feminine, very maternal about her look. Her lines are awesome. I think her structure is extremely good. Just gets out and travels very, very nicely. Female that, like I said, today when we compare her to that one that wins, probably flattens up quite a bit in terms of her rib shape and her design. She's also not as far along as that heifer that wins. We could give her just a little bit more spread and clearance from in terms of her pin set down to the surface from behind as she goes. But man, an awesome female to be standing in two. Young lady just got in here with a really tough group of them. A female that you certainly admire for added shape and power and muscularity. A female that today in this particular group from a balance standpoint just needs to pull herself together a shade better. But awesome class of heifers. Congratulations to them.
And your grand champion Key Angus bull here at the North American will go to entry number 192 LLW Cardinal Crosshair 18L, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Admore, Oklahoma. And your reserve grand champion Key Angus bull will go to entry number 184 Press Upside 507N, exhibited by Prescott Cattle Company of Winchester, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will take a short photo break of your Key Angus bulls and your Key bulls, and then we'll move on to your female show. And also a reminder, there will be no aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena. So, again, no aerosol cans are allowed in Broadbent Arena. Thank you. And over in your Maine-Anjou show, we will be selecting your Division II Junior Heifer Calf. Again, we'll be selecting your champion, Division II Junior Heifer Calf in the ring.
Well, an awesome division over here in our Maine-Anjou side, and picking your January, February group here between these two class winners. And to be blunt about it, all four of them I think are awesome. I think they're great. I think they have bright futures ahead of them. You just kind of got to pick your poison today of where you want to put your preferences and where you want to go with it. I think all these cattle just have a very, very bright future, and all of them are built a little differently as well, but I think quality is very, very good. The young lady's heifer that came out of our first class, I thought a challenging decision within that class, just from their type and kind and maturity differences. This young lady gets this heifer set up and parked, and she just becomes very, very dynamic in terms of her look through the front third of her body. She draws awesome in terms of her lines, her levelness out through her hip, more than enough bone, body's great. All those things are very, very good. I commented in class, am I calling this one unsound? Absolutely not. I think she's a female that gets out and handles herself well. She is a lead in terms of her hind leg, as maybe a couple other ones just in terms of reach and bend. Maybe not, but once again, being very critical of a female there that draws together extremely good. Maybe a female compared to another one out here isn't as opened up in terms of her rib cage, in terms of her overall power, but probably balances up just a shade better. So there's a trade-off between the two. The young man in the cowboy hat, a female that you love for her added density and her stoutness. Heifer's got a huge, very, very good hind leg. She's pulled apart when you get up on top of her in terms of her quarter, in terms of her stoutness of hip, her boldness of body. She's not the flashiest one out here in terms of her head and her neck. I'd be the first to tell you that. But to me, it reads kind of generating looking, very cowy in terms of her feature. If you got critical, maybe you'd level her out in her hip just a shade compared to that one right in front of her. But I do think she's got a power advantage, a stoutness advantage, and then ability to go out of her hind leg, I think is very, very good. So I'm going to get you a champion. We'll bring in a second and take one more look for reserve. But an awesome group of them here. I'll go show you which one I like. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And again, catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou Heifer Show, placings in Class 5 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 25, BK Notorious 500N, exhibited by Reese Holler of Bidwell, Ohio. And second place in Class 5 goes to entry number 24, CFCC Annie Oakley 275N, exhibited by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Third place in that class will go to entry number 26, HSC Coco, exhibited by Emma Hyatt of Clay City, Indiana. And your Division II champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number 25, BK Notorious 500N, exhibited by Reese Holler of Bidwell, Ohio. Again, congratulations to that exhibitor. And your Reserve Division 2 champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number 21, KINATSSC Katie 205N, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready for Class 6 Maine-Anjou Fall Heifer Calves. Again, we're ready for Class 6 Fall Heifer Calves. Also, another reminder, there will be no aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena. Again, no aerosol cans in Broadbent Arena. Thank you.
As we move into our October division, these two young people out here are going to be champion reserve in this respective division. But with that being said, a commanding place to start here with the young man in the cowboy hat. Young man gets her stopped and kind of propped up there and gives you an awesome maternal look from the side. Ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder, long and level out of her hip. More than enough substance and bone and body shape to go along with it. Just very cow-like and one that looks like she's going to be a great senior yearling for him. Got her in awesome condition for this time of year. Just very impressive. You got critical of her, when you get her into motion. We'd like to set her back just a little bit in terms of her shoulder and her knee. Allow her to just be a shade more consistent in terms of flexing there. I certainly would agree with you. But it's just not enough to overturn her over advantage of quality here to be your fall division champion. Young man does a great job here getting this heifer shown, and a female that's awesome haired and heavy structured and big boned. All those things are very, very cool and going to be fun for this young man to breed on. Female that's got ample power and stoutness when you step in behind her. When he gets him stopped here, gives you a look of great quality. The issue is we get him into motion, and that young lady, that heifer there just gets too up in terms of her spine and wants to fall out of balance when we get her into motion. But no doubt, young man's got a good one. It's going to be a great cow prospect for him. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Well, another extremely good class and automatic division here as we get into Class 7 and your Mayborns, and taking nothing away from the young man. Standing in third, the decision comes between 1 and 2, in my opinion. The young lady's Heifer is probably the one that I'm just a little more comfortable with when we get him into motion, but past that, a female that is presented awesome and shown awesome by that young lady. She's got a beautiful look through the front third of her body. I like her neck and her head. Very feminine in terms of her features. She's long and level out of her hip. For me, the biggest thing about her, I think she's got a more correct set to her hock in terms of just having a little bit more bend and flexibility in that regard. A female that I think combines a lot of good things. Is she the boldest right in behind her shoulder? No, but I think she's got plenty of muscle and plenty of power and stoutness to go ahead and be our class winner. The young man's Heifer that comes here in second is overwhelming just in terms of her rib and her body. A massive female that is tremendous in terms of her sweep to her center rib and the outer curvature to it. Presented awesome and still combines it with a killer look about her head and her neck. She's ultra good in terms of her chest floor for as woofy and as powerful as she is. The issue for me is we put her into motion. I just want to see her hind leg go with just a little bit more flexibility. And honestly, I think you can see it a little bit when she's standing still as well. I just want to give her more angularity, more reach and flexibility out of her hind skeleton. But an awesome cow prospect for him that is going to be certainly fun to breed on. Moderate, easy keeping female here that comes in two for the man in the cowboy hat here. I think she gets out and handles herself very functionally. You know, compared to the two right in front of her, she just can't match the added power and overwhelming body and stoutness. Maybe becomes just a little bit more general about her look as well. But awesome class, sweet top pair on top.
And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou female show, placings in Class 6 are as followed. First place and automatic Division 3 champion fall heifer will go to entry number 28, KINAGTC Katie 108M, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And second place in Class 6 and automatic reserve division champion will go to entry number 29, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 7, Maine-Anjou Summer Yearling Heifers are as followed. First place and automatic Division 4 champion goes to entry number 33, TJSC So Sweet, 139M, exhibited by Samantha Van Vors of Bowling Green, Ohio. And second place in that class and reserve division champion will go to entry number 38, TJSC Phyllis 433M, exhibited by Rez Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And third place in Class 7 will go to entry number 36, MCC Mary Lou, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 8 Maine-Anjou Late Spring Yearling Heifers. Again, entering the ring now is Class 8 Late Spring Yearling Heifers. And over in your Kenia female show, we are ready for Class 7 Kenia females. Again, we are ready for Class 7 Kenia females. This female's date of birth is May 31st of 2000. 25. Again, now in the ring is Class 7. And first place in Class 7 and automatic champion summer heifer calf will go to entry number 3, WRA 4 Ace 531N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Again, congratulations to that exhibitor. Now entering the ring is Class 8 Kenia females. These females' date of birth range from April 23rd through April 20th of 2025.
Well, another good class and a high-quality top pair. And between these two young ladies out here battling out, doing an awesome job in terms of getting their heifers presented. They look like they've been here a little bit. They look a little tired, to be honest, when they come in. And I know that they're probably getting to the stage in their life where they're nearing their end point. But still cattle that I think are very high quality and have trade-offs between them. Ultimately, I think the hind leg quality and just extra density and foot and bone allows the young lady in the black, or the young lady's black heifer here, to go ahead and win this class. Kind of mongrelly looking in terms of her size of foot and heaviness of structure, ability to get out and go, I think is awesome. To me, she still reads just a little bit fresher in terms of her condition and her muscle tone compared to that heifer that comes here in second. You know, when we get off to the profile, this female, it's probably where we hit on picking on her just a little bit, you know, in relation from her chest floor into her heart and forerib and how all that blends together. We could probably just change and tidy that up a little bit. But I think her hind leg quality and ability to get out and go gives her the nod in my mind between this pair. You know, standing still, that young lady does a great job of getting her painted up heifer stuck, and one that's very feminine about her head and neck. Draws awesome in terms of her lines from the profile. A female that I think can give you an absolutely killer look when you get this look. The issue is we get her into motion. I think she wants to get just a little more vertical and upright out of her front end. She's not as secure and flexible in terms of her hip and her hind leg. And I do think you could probably just tone that female up just a shade in terms of her shape and muscle. But a female here that is certainly very high quality, and that young lady should be very proud to be shown here at the North American. I thought third and fourth was an interesting decision. I wouldn't argue with you one way or the other. Young man's heifer just had an advantage of a little bit more mass and scale and natural spring to her rib and center body. She's a female that we need to lay back in terms of her shoulder angle, free up in terms of her hock to move her up anymore. Young lady's heifer that comes next, a little stouter in terms of her skull, probably has just a little bit more feature to her. Once again, I want to change her in terms of her front skeleton, probably just give her a shade more just center body, sweep, and overall body shape. But a good class and a nice top pair.
And placings in Class 8 over in your Kenia female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 8, PCC DKBF Who's Looking 472N, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 5, FAC Sassy Slurtry 420, exhibited by Cecily Ramson of Boswell, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 9 March Heifers. Again, entering the ring now is Class 9 over in your Kenia female show. Please note entry number 10, 11, and 12 are scratches in Class 9. And over in your Maine-Anjou show, placings in Class 8 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 41, CFFCC Candy Crush, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. And second place in that class will go to entry number 43, BBR Majestic 655M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry number 45, JBT Miss Daddy's Girl, exhibited by Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 6, SFFC First Lady 436, exhibited by Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Now in the ring is Class 9 Early Spring Yearling Heifers. And don't forget to check out Lindy'sPhotos.com. They are the official photographer of this year's North American. We do appreciate Lindy's Livestock Photos for being here with us this week on the Green Shavings. Again, find all backdrop and ring shots at Lindy'sPhotos.com. Again, we appreciate them being with us here on the Green Shavings.
Well, it's unfortunate that we don't have more cattle in this class because both these heifers are very, very good and are very deserving to face more competition. With that being said, I like the cattle how they come in, and that's how they kind of suit me in terms of type and kind. They are different, and I'll do my best to kind of tell you what I'm thinking and kind of how I like them. The young man's heifer in the cowboy hat just reads so maternal in her makeup. She's feminine-headed. She's nice-necked. She's awesome in terms of her rib cage and her center body sweep. A female that just reads so cowy in her overall type and kind. To me, she's not out there in any one area. She's not a female that blows you away in terms of natural shape. She's not a female that blows you away in terms of foot and bone, but I think she's adequate in all those areas, and still a female that to me, probably the biggest thing when we get them into motion, I think she just stays more genuine at the base of her skeleton in terms of her base width, in terms of her ability to travel, and like I said, her advantage of just natural sweep and a cowy look through her mid-rib down through her center body and flank gives her the advantage in this class. Just a very complete cowy female that is hard to pick major holes in and just does a lot of good things to a very high degree. The young lady does a tremendous job of getting shown this heifer that comes here in second. Awesome presented by her and her crew, and like I said, shown as good as you can get it done. The heifer does have a tremendous amount of quality. You get to this profile, look of her, and that young lady gets her stuck. A female that ties high at the top side of her shoulder. She's nice and level out of her hip. Her underlying balance is very, very good. All those things are awesome and very high quality about that female. For me, the issue is when you get into the three-quarter view, and even when she goes away from you on the move, I just don't read her quite as genuine in terms of where her hock sits in relation to her body up high. I think she kind of wants to get in terms of her hock, maybe flatten in terms of her natural body shape through her midrib and into her heart. And I just want to make her stouter and bolder in her overall kind. But a female that no doubt is sound and flexible, gives you an awesome profile. Great job by that young lady. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Just a single entry here for this young man with his brockle-headed female and a female that certainly has a lot of neat pieces. She is so fresh in terms of her condition. Literally, she is very, very, very lean in terms of how she comes to the ring today. Tight-necked, no-chested, a female that draws nicely in terms of her lines. When you get off to the profile of her, I still think her hind leg gets out and travels well. You know, for being as lean as she is, she can maybe even give you the idea that maybe she's a little raw in terms of where she's at. You know, when we get her into motion, maybe is a little upright in her shoulder, maybe wants to creep up just a little bit in terms of the center portion of her back, but a female that's getting very critical of, that you like a lot of things about, just in terms of her tidiness of neck, her freshness, and hind leg quality. So congratulations to him.
And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou female show, placings in Class 9 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 47, Carly Millie, 48M, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. And second place in Class 9 will go to entry number 52, FX Marley, 737M, exhibited by Riley Short of Masonville, Iowa. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 10 goes to entry number 57, Kina GTC TSSC Monica, 450, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is your Division 5 champion junior yearling heifers. Again, now in the ring is Division 5 over in your Maine-Anjou female show. And placings in Class 9 over in your Kiania female show are as follows. First place goes to entry number 9, PCC DKBF Who's Looking, 110N, exhibited by Jace Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. And second place in that class will go to entry number 13, CLAC Who Dat Fancy, 415N, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. Again, please note entry number 10, 11, and 12 were scratches. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 10 at Kiania females. These females' date of birth range from March 16th through March 2nd of 2025.
As we get to the conclusion of another division over here in our main show, certainly I think quality is very, very good and very high to a high level when we get them back out here. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that all these cattle are similar in type and kind because they're not. They're all very different, and you could sit on the sideline and say, well, we can't figure out what this guy wants. Well, good ones come in all different shapes and sizes, and you got to find quality. There's not a perfect one out here by any stretch of the imagination, but I think all of them have things and pieces that us as breeders and you as breeders can go on and make things happen with. So I'll tell you, I think the quality out here deserves to maybe discuss them just a little bit. So I'll do the best of my ability to kind of tell you what I'm thinking. You know, in terms of heaviness of structure, foot size, and bone and hind leg quality, the young lady over here to my right, I think is as good as any. Actually, she's my favorite in that regard. I'll just say it. You know, just love how that female handles her hind leg. She's got a big generating look to it. A female that's got more than enough power and stoutness when you step in behind her, and still a female that I still think reads very fresh in terms of where she's at and her condition. The issue is when we get off to the profile of this heifer, I think you got to make a call. Does she balance up quite good enough where she sits into her chest floor, into her center rib, and her forerib there. That's the question, and I don't know. I wish we could change that, but I do think she has a very, very elite hind leg. The young man in the cowboy hat in the middle of the ring, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that she is the most of anything, but to me, she is very hard to pick major holes in and just very, very complete. A female that's very ladylike and has a tremendous amount of female character about her head and her neck. Her center body sweeps as good as any of them. She's got more than enough in terms of pin width and stoutness when you step in behind her. I don't really question that at all. You know, when you get up to the profile, you say, and get up on top of her as well, you say, you know, is she the heaviest boned, stoutest structured female in the world? No. Is she the boldest right in behind her shoulder? No. But is she light in those areas? I don't really think so. I just think she's very, very good and very complete, puts a lot of pieces together in a very high degree. Young man's heifer out of our last class, one that we talked about being so fresh and so rip-necked, level in terms of her lines, more than enough bone and stoutness when you get down to the surface. Like I commented in class, she's almost just a shade raw. When we see her out here, to maybe, I'm not saying she's hard doing, but she's probably closer to that than the other two, in my opinion. I'd like to change her just a little bit in the angle to her shoulder and her spine as well, but no doubt a female that has a tremendous amount of quality. I'll get you a champion. We'll bring in a second, take one more look, and get you a champion in reserve here. But if you could, stand in ringside, give these young people a nice round of applause. Well, a really nice cow calf pair as they come to the ring here for these two young ladies. Cow's obviously done a tremendously good job raising this heifer that is very stout and powerful and heavy structured. Looks like she's going to be a fun show for this pair of them going forward. Young lady's cow here has got a really nice shape to her udder, nice teats. Gets out and is very, very functional. Still looks like going to be an easy keeping one as she continues on. Obviously, has poured a tremendous amount of it into that calf and is still maintained extremely well. So kudos to you two. I know it takes a lot of work to get a cow-calf pair like this to a show like this time of year. So if you would, standing ringside, give these two young ladies a nice round of applause as they exit.
And catching up over in your Maine-Anjou female show, your Division 5 champion junior yearling heifer will go to entry number 47. Carl Miley 48M, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. And your Reserve Division 5 champion will go to entry number 41, CFFCC Candy Crush 192M, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those division winners. And first place in Class 11 in automatic champion cow-calf pair will go to entry number 76, EJB Whoa Vicky 419C, exhibited by Leslie Amash of Collins, New York. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion, Maine-Anjou Heifer, here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now in the ring will be the selection of your grand champion, Maine-Anjou Heifer. And catching you up over in your Kenia female show, placings in Class 10 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 18, JSUL Houdat Mafia, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 16, Jalen 2N, exhibited by Katie Freeman of Bellevue, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 14, FAC Sunflower, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 15, Strollers Who, exhibited by Colton Haynes of Brewston Mills, West Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry number 19, DYEX Sultry 2, 81N, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. We'll now be selecting your champion late junior heifer calf over in your Kenia female show. And your champion late junior heifer calf over in your Kenia female show will go to entry number 9, PCC DKBF, who's looking 110N, exhibited by Jace Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 8, PCC DKBF, who's looking 47-2N, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And please note over in your Kiania female show, Class 11 is a scratch, so we will be moving into Class 12 at Kiania females, and these females' date of birth range from January 20th of 2025. Again, now entering the ring is Class 12 Kiania females.
Well, it's been an awesome way to start the morning over here in the main ring, starting off with these high mains. And, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out coming off sales season, and I guess there's still some big sales still to come as we head into December. But one of the hottest breeds in the entire country and the industry is the high main cattle. And the quality is portrayed out here in the ring, as we see here in Louisville, Kentucky. The quality is incredible, and one of the reasons this breed and specifically high mains are in such demand is because of this quality, the versatility that they offer people within our industry to go out and utilize them. And also, I know we're in the open show, but I know I don't have to tell you guys standing ringside how incredible your guys' junior national is, and that only adds to the fire of demand for these cattle. So my hat's off to you guys as breeders, as exhibitors. The quality is incredible, and you guys are doing awesome things within your breed. The quality, like I've said several times now, I sound like a broken record. Very impressed. I think it's very, very good. I think it's deserving. I won't take too much time here, but I do want to give you just a simple breakdown of where I'm at and the decisions that I've kind of came to the conclusion of. I love this young lady's heifer out of the first division. I think her quality is incredible. I think she's got a very, very bright future. Female that blends so many good things together in terms of power and look and quality of hind leg. A female that I just think has a bright future. It's a little bit of a struggle for me when we do have some really nice big ones down here to think that we need to tie into her for a top 2 spot. But young lady, keep working on her. Yeah, you're going to take plenty of pictures. The young lady's heifer that comes next, a female that to me just reads with so much donor quality. Huge hind leg, dense structure, gets out and handles it well. She's opened up in terms of her body cavity and still very flexible in terms of her feet and legs. Like I said, just a little bit in terms of her hip. You could change her. You could tidy her up in terms of her head and her neck, but it's got big, big generating pieces. Young man was a dominant winner in our fall division. So cowy and maternal in terms of her feature. Big-bodied, quality hind leg, maternal about her head and her neck. You can nitpick on that female just a little bit in terms of her front-end skeleton in my mind, but no doubt a female that has got a world of good to her. The young lady's heifer that comes out of our next division, I thought was very, very dynamic, very fresh, awesome presented in this lineup. A female that you admire for her boldness, her stoutness, her attractiveness to the front third of her body. A female that still reads extremely good in terms of her rib and her center body. At times, even though she won that particular division in my mind, and because of her extra flexibility of hind leg in relation to the one behind her, at times I can find her and think that I find her standing there just a little upright in terms of her hock. I personally have a hard time saying that heifer is unsound. I think she gets out and handles it well. And then, like I said, combines it with so much quality, so much power, freshness. Just a very, very good individual, in my opinion, that is right in the thick of things. The young man's heifer that comes next in the cowboy hat, another one that I think's right in the fight. Just so maternal about her type and kind, and I love those things about her. Very feminine about her head and her neck. Her center body's huge. I think she's very functional in terms of her structure. I think she's got enough pin width. She's a female that you got to make the call that she have a big enough piece to go ahead and say that she needs to win over another one out here, in my opinion. Does she have just enough bone? Does she have just enough shape right in behind her shoulder? I think that's open to discussion, and I think it's still going through my mind because it is hard to pick major holes in her. I think her quality is very, very good. I love her cow-like feature. Then the young ladies bring us a cow-calf pair here that is very good, very functional. Calf's going to be very, very competitive on throughout her life. So I'm going to take one more look. We got a great set of division champions and reserves. If you would, standing behind me, give these kids a big round of applause.
And first place in Class 12 over in your Kenya female show and automatic champion early junior heifer calf will go to entry number 28, PGC J-Boy Cross My Heart, exhibited by Claire Neva of Melrose, Iowa. Congratulations. And your grand champion Maine-Anjou female here in Broadbent Arena this morning goes to entry number 33. Again, goes to entry number 33, TJSC So Sweet 139M, exhibited by Samantha Van Vors of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou female will go to entry number 47, Carl Miley 48M, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those Maine-Anjou female exhibitors. We will take a photo break over in your Maine-Anjou ring. We will take, again, a photo break and then be moving into your Maine-Anjou bull show. Again, we'll be moving on to your Maine-Anjou bull show with Class 12 after we complete our backdrop photos. And in the ring in your Kenya female show is Class 13. Again, in the ring now is Class 13. Again, these females will be, date of birth will range from November 25th through November 17th of 2024. And placings in Class 13 over in your Kenya female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 34, PCC DKBF Dat Girl 46M, exhibited by a camera cook of Clovis, California. And second place in that class goes to entry number 36, JSUL Houdat Special 4760M, exhibited by Brooklyn Durberry of Olton, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 35, FC Red Thunder M454, exhibited by Gavin Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 Kenia females. This heifer's date of birth is October 12th of 2024. Excuse me, please note Class 14 was a scratch, so now in the ring is Class 15 Kenia females, and this female's date of birth is September 4th of 2024. Please note entry number 38 was a scratch. And first place in Class 15, Kenia females, goes to entry number 39, J. Boy Maybell 40 M214, exhibited by Freya Hennington of Vevey, Indiana. Again, congratulations. We'll now be selecting your champion senior heifer calf over in your Kenia female show. And I would like to take this time to recognize some of your American Junior Kenia Association Board of Directors that are helping us in the ring today. We have Kasha Ray, at-large director from Texas. We also have Mika Malone, Northeast Regional Director from Kentucky, and also Peyton Hurd, at-large director from Georgia. We do appreciate their help throughout the show here today, as well as our American Kenia Association royalty here with us. We do have our queen, Miss Catherine Neighbor of Nebraska. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause for being out here with us in Broadbent Arena. And your champion senior heifer calf over in your Kenia female show will go to entry number 34, a PCC at DKBF That Girl 46M, exhibited by Camera Cook of Clovis, California. Congratulations. And your reserve senior heifer calf will go to entry number 36, JSUL Who Dat Special 4760M, exhibited by Brooklyn Durberry of Olton, Texas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 16, Kenya females. This female's date of birth is June 3rd of 2024. Again, entering the ring now is Class 16, Kenya females. And first place in Class 16, an automatic champion summer yearling female over in your Kenya show will go to entry number 42. Macy Lady Monica 5M, exhibited by Eden Ennis of Martinsville, Indiana. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now entering the ring is Class 17, Kenya females. These females' date of birth range from April 29th through April 8th of 2024. And please note, entry number 48 is a scratch. And over in your Maine-Anjou show, we are ready for Class 12 bull calves. Again, we are ready for Class 12 Maine-Anjou bull calves. This bull's date of birth is May 24th of 2025. Again, entering the ring now is Class 12 Maine-Anjou bull calves. And over in Class 17, Kenya females, again, entry number 45, 47, 48, and 52 are scratches. Now in the ring again is Class 17 Kenya females.
As we jump into our main bulls over here, a young man just brings a single entry, but it'd be fun to watch this guy kind of develop and mature down the road. A lot of big pieces in this calf, big bones, big feet, square-hipped kind of calf that still's got a really good look up front. Struggling a little bit, first time to town, I'm sure, just in terms of leading around to get just a great read on terms of his structure, but his angles are extremely good. Like I said, I like the density that he's got down through his lower skeleton. Wish this young man the best moving forward, and be fun to see kind of what this guy develops into. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 12 over in your Maine-Anjou bull show goes to entry number 61, CHBB Night Action, exhibited by Macy Banter of Eaton, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 13 Maine-Anjou Bull Calves. Again, entering the ring now is Class 13 Maine-Anjou Bull Calves. These bulls' date of birth range from March 19th through March 9th of 2025.
Well, a nice pair of them over here and on the main bull side, and we're going to leave them how they came in. Young man in the cowboy hat's going to lead off this class, and he does so just from a looseness of build standpoint. A bull here that I think has an advantage just in terms of his ability to stay collected in terms of his spine and get out and travel with a shade more reach and flexibility out of his hock and pastern. And past that, he's still a bull that I think bounces up to a very high degree just in terms of his rib and his center body. Got a nice, attractive look through the front third as well. Just a very nice, complete bull that I think is very, very good. The young man here that comes here in second, he is the source of power in this particular class in terms of sheer shape and dimension. He's overwhelming in the amount of muscle that guy's got when you step in behind him. Huge hipped, huge backed, really, really bold and still sharp up front. Just need to change him from a structure standpoint. We get him out and go, free him up, and allow him to kind of catch a gear and be more flexible.
And first place in Class 13 over in your Maine-Anjou Bull Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 62, MJCC Norm, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 63, CHBB The Game's On, exhibited by Cade Banter of Eaton, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 14 Maine-Anjou Bull Calves. These bulls' date of birth range from February 28th through February 18th of 2025. And catching you up over in your Kenya female show. Placings in Class 17 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 15, and this entry will be automatic champion late spring yearling female. Again, goes to entry number 15, JSUL Wildcat, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey of Morrow, Illinois. Second place and automatic reserve division goes to entry number 57, BMW Ace 408M, exhibited by Kendall Davis of Bowling Green, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 54, BMW Ace 416M, exhibited by Harper K. Saunders of Gallipolis, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 53, BMW Core Ace 103M, exhibited by Emma Van Hoy of Catawba, North Carolina. And placings in Class 18 are as followed. First place and automatic division champion goes to entry number 63, JSUL Houdat 4148, exhibited by Brett Fenbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place in that class and reserve division goes to entry number 65, JSUL Houdat 4116, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Saman, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Go ahead, Charlie. And placings in Class 19 over in your Kenya female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 69, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Again, congratulations, and please note entry number 68 and 67 were scratches. And also note that entry number or class number 20 was a scratch, so entry number 69 will be your automatic champion junior yearling female here in your Kenya female show. Again, congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion Kenya female show here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand and reserve champion Kenya female.
Be honest, a challenging placing over here as we continue on in the main bulls. It's two calves that are very different in type and kind, in my opinion, and you kind of just got to pick where you want to put your priorities. The young man's bull hit me the hardest when he walked in, and I guess I'm going to keep rolling with that. I think he's the highest quality in terms of his look up front. His ability to tie some pieces together, have just a shade more density in terms of his lower skeleton. You know, he's a calf. When we get him into motion, I think his angles read okay. He gets a little awkward in terms of his pastern, and I think that's why it does become close with a young lady behind him. Yeah, I can't make up my mind if it's him just not acting the best and trying to figure out the show ring, or if we got an issue there. But I like his look up front. I like his lines. Calf that probably has the advantage of just natural turn to his rib cage as well. But like I said, want to fix him a little bit in terms of his rear pastern. Young lady's bull here that comes in two is a little bit more masculine about his head. I like that about him. He's a higher performing kind of bull that's really long and level out of his hip. To me, he wanted to get just a little bit plainer about his look. I thought he was just a shade flatter in terms of his rib cage. And then I want to see him give just a little bit more and be more flexible in terms of his hock when he goes. But no doubt, a high-performing, masculine-featured bull that's got a lot of good to him. Young man rounds out the class here with one that's very tidy in terms of his look, sharp-necked, level in terms of his lines. I think he gets out and travels well. Just need to make him stouter and denser about his overall type and kind.
And placings in Class 14 over in your Maine-Anjou Bull Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 65, MJCC Nemo, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kitten, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 64, MCCF No Doubt, exhibited by MCC Manure Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 68, FCF Red Prairie, 52N, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farms and Prairie Crow Company of Sherman, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 15 Maine-Anjou Bull Calf.
Well, just a single entry here for this young man and his red and white bull, and certainly a bull that you admire for his added length and extension. A bull that's very high performing in his type and kind, still offers some substance and stoutness when you get down to the surface in terms of foot size and bone work. You know, he's a bull that maybe we could just open up and give him a shade more rib and center to him, maybe free him up in his hock, but a bull that no doubt is very long, extended, and very high performing. Congratulations to him.
And first place in Class 15 over in your Maine-Anjou Bull Show goes to entry number 71, FCF Red Eagle 436M, exhibited by Fancy Creek FM and Prairie Crow of Sherman, Illinois. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 16 Maine-Anjou Bull Calves. Again, this bull, his date of birth is February 14th of 2024.
Another single entry here in our main bull show, and another bull that kind of fits the mold of what we've seen here today, just in terms of being high-performing cattle that have a great look from the side. This bull's very attractive through the front third of his body. He's awesome in terms of his levelness of lines, and a bull that is very extended in his type and kind as well. You know, for me, we'd maybe like to maybe just stouten him up a little bit, not only in terms of his muscle, but also in terms of just his masculinity. But a bull here that is very lean at the same time. You kind of wonder what he looked like with just a little bit more on him. But a nice bull here to be your class winner. Well, just a single entry over here again in our main side, but a bull that certainly does a lot of great things in terms of combining some balance, some heaviness of structure, uh, some masculinity up through his front end. When you get off to the profile of him, probably pulls it together as good as any of them that we've seen came through the ring, and it is also very appropriate in terms of his finish and where he's at in terms of condition as well. A bull, when we get him out in motion, probably pushes the limits a little bit in terms of where he sets his hock on the outside of his body, but no doubt a masculine, big-bodied bull that is very, very nice balanced. Be excited to see him back out here for your championship.
And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou Bull Show, first place in Class 16 goes to entry number 73, OSC Thunder Rolls, exhibited by Logan Sunneth of Stewart, Illinois. And first place in Class 17, it goes to entry number 75, Beau Fade ET, exhibited by Beaupres Land and Cattle of Byers, Colorado. Again, congratulations to those bull exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Grand and Reserve champion, Maine-Anjou Bull. Again, now in the ring will be the selection of your champion, Maine-Anjou Bull here in Broadbent Arena. And your grand champion, Kenya female here at the North American, will go to entry number 51. Again, we'll go to entry number 51, JSUL Wildcat, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey of Moro, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, Kenya female, will go to entry at number 63, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those Kenya exhibitors.
As we come to the conclusion over here on the main side in your High Maine Bull Show, certainly lots of different types and kinds and maturities come to the ring. These cattle, like I said, I would think a Maine Bull would have as much value as anything across our industry right now, just in terms of their versatility and the many different avenues that people can utilize them on their cow herds. I don't know if we've had the opportunity to necessarily pick a type and kind as they've came in once again, but I do think there's quality out here in the ring. So you guys as breeders pick out your favorites and how you'd like to utilize them in your program. There's a couple of them to me that kind of stick out and deserve and fit very nicely for me for champion and reserve. I'll go show you two I like. If you would, let's give these bull exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And over in your Kenya female show, your first place in Class 21 and automatic grand champion Kenya cow-calf pair will go to entry number 84, Ardridge Luna 24G, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. Congratulations. And your grand champion Maine-Anjou Bull over in your ring will go to entry number 75, Beau Fade ET, exhibited by Beaupres Land and Cattle of Byers, Colorado. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou Bull will go to entry number 65, MJCC Nemo, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations. And again, your grand champion Maine-Anjou Bull will go to entry number 75, exhibited by Beaupres Land and Cattle and J.S. Scimitals. Congratulations. And now entering the ring over in your MaineTainer show is Class 18 MaineTainer Bull Calves. Again, we're moving into Class 18 MaineTainer Bull Calves. These bulls' date of birth are range from April 2nd through March 15th of 2025.
Nice pair of them as we jump into our MaineTainer bulls over here. And these two bulls are a little different in type and kind, but the young ladies bull here is the one that I kind of gravitate to just for his extra stoutness, his masculinity, a broader headed kind of bull that I think opens up with more turn and curvature to his rib and his center body. Get on top of him. That bull's got some mass and stoutness coming down his back and out through his hip. He's probably got just a little bit more of an advantage in terms of foot and bone as well. You know, I don't know if he's quite as nice down at the surface in terms of his pastern as that bull that comes in second, but a very, very nice, powerful bull that I think does a lot of good things. A lot of nice things about the young man's bull as well. He's a little bit just frailer about his build down low in terms of his feature. He's a little bit more, I don't have any numbers in front of me, but maybe a little more calving-y looking about his head and his neck. But still, he's really practical in his rib and his center body. He balances nicely from his shoulder back. Does a lot of good things. A good testicle bull as well. Just not quite as dense and stout featured as the one in front of him, but a nice place to start here with a good pair of MaineTainer bulls.
And placings in Class 18 over in your MaineTainer Bull show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 168, WG Statistic 14N, exhibited by Wilson and Good Cattle Company of Dora, Missouri. And second place in that class goes to entry number 167, WG Information 06N, exhibited by Wilson and Good Cattle Company, again, of Dora, Missouri. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 19 MaineTainer Bull Calves. These bulls' date of birth range from February 28th through February 3rd of 2025. And again, over in your Kia show, we would like to take this time to introduce your 2025 ACA Herdsman of the Year. Each year since 1978, the exhibitors at the ACA National Show select a Herdsman of the Year. Voted on by their peers, this award is presented to a person who exemplifies integrity, hard work, and is a true believer of the Kia breed. In 2010, the award was renamed the Keith Dunsbury Herdsman of the Year Award in memory of the well-respected longtime herdsman for Rock and J Ranch in Nebraska who left the world far too soon and was the first recipient of the award back in 1978. We are honored to present the 2025 ACA Herdsman of the Year Award to Derek Wood. Congratulations to Derek. Derek has managed the show and sale cattle operations at Pembroke Cattle Company in Fairview, Oklahoma since 2023. His positive attitude keeps the PCC team motivated, and he constantly goes above and beyond to ensure that the cattle are prepared and presented to the highest degree. Beth Pembroke adds that his work ethic is unmatched, and Derek is a true asset to the team. Derek and his wife, Riley, are part of the PCC family, and Beth is thankful that they both are willing to do hard things. Derek brings integrity to the PCC operation, and he is a team member everyone looks for guidance. Please help us congratulate again Derek Wood, the 2025 ACA Herdsman of the Year. Derek, if you would please come to the backdrop for a photo. Again, congratulations to Derek Wood.
We turn up the heat a little bit over in our MaineTainer bull side, and honestly, I like all the four of these bulls as they come in. I think there's quality and there's differences, and I certainly would listen to different arguments about why each one could be better utilized. For me, the one I kept coming back to and feel pretty confident in is this young man in the cowboy hat. To me, he combines a lot of the good things of the other ones and puts it in one package. I love his head. He is a great-headed calf. He is long and level out of his hip. A very high quality hind leg that is more than stout enough and dense enough and very, very flexible. His balance and eye appeal kind of matches the one that lands up in second right behind him, but I still think he's got the masculinity and stoutness to kind of match the ones behind him, even though he's given up some performance. Just a very, very good bull. You could get a little critical, maybe has just a shade, a lower shoulder, but once again, I think his quality is very, very good. I like a lot of things about that calf. The young man in the cowboy hat comes in second, and I guess just initial impression kind of lands him there. The question you got to make up in your mind is, does that bull have enough muscle and power? And I don't know if he does, but I think his quality lands in second. He's really, really neat looking. He's awesome in terms of his lines. He's a heavy structured bull that gets out and travels extremely well. Like I alluded to just a little bit, I want to open him up just in terms of his chest floor, his body shape, his overall muscle and power. But no doubt one that from the side is absolutely killer in terms of his quality. The young man's bull here that comes in third, I like a lot of things about this guy. He's the high-performing bull of the class. He's big-hipped, he's muscular, he's nice-bodied. He's still a bull that I think's got a good hind leg underneath of him. You know, he wants to get just a little different in the angle to his shoulder and his knee. I thought from his chest floor into his heart, you could redesign him just a little bit, but I like his added stoutness and power, his masculinity. The most masculine bull in the class is this young lady's that rounds it out, and this bull's got a really good hind leg to go along with it. He's big-hipped. The issue is when you get into the three-quarter angle of that guy, not only is he a little more open about his shoulder, he just concaves too much into his forerib.
And placings in Class 19 over in your MaineTainer Bull Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 186, BRWF Blueprint, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. Second place in that class goes to entry number 172, KMEM Popular Demand, exhibited by Spengler Cattle of Cascade, Iowa. And third place in that class goes to entry number 173, PRES Foxy's Forte, exhibited by Emma Preston of Reynolds, Illinois. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 174, MCCF Nighthawk, exhibited by MCC Merg Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors now entering the ring as Class 20 MaineTainer Summer Yearling Bulls. This bull's date of birth is May 7th of 2024.
Well, this gentleman brings a May bull here to Louisville, and just a single entry, but definitely could have stood some more competition. A very high quality calf in my mind in terms of his nice, attractive look through the front third of his body. He got a nice head on him. Stays really good in terms of his top line, and then no doubt opens up with a big pin set, a stout quarter, very shapely body, just a very, very high quality one in that regard. You know, we get him into motion. Maybe you could just relax him off both ends of his framework, just in terms of the angle to his knee and into his hock. Allow him to be a shade more flexible, but no doubt a calf that you really like for his added look and his added shape. Be a fun one to see what he can do.
And first place in Class 20 over in your MaineTainer Bull Show goes to entry number 178, DLX Hooked on Whiskey 41M, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Coulter, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 21 MaineTainer Spring Yearling Bulls. This bull's date of birth is February 10th of 2024.
Another single entry here, and the young man's large testicled February bull comes in, and a bull that's got some unique pieces in terms of having some extra stoutness to his hind leg and flexibility in that regard. Neck shoots way high out of the top side of his shoulder, and those things are very easy to gravitate towards and eye-catching. He gets a little discombobulated when we get him into motion, not only in the angle to his shoulder, but also in his spine, and wants to drop his hip. But no doubt, a bull that you can see working on some different cows to add his wild pieces to the table. An interesting individual to check out.
And first place in Class 21 over in your MaineTainer Spring Yearling Bull class goes to entry number 180, Bam Lights Out 402M, exhibited by Caleb Bam of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 22 MaineTainer 2-year-old bulls, and this bull's date of birth is March 11th of 2023. Can enter the ring now is Class 22 MaineTainer bulls.
Well, a good single entry in our mature bull class here, and the young man's bull here that is extremely big-footed and heavy-duty in terms of his structure. He gets him propped up there, and he's good balanced in terms of where he draws in his top line and his rib and center body. Very masculine about his feature and good testicled as well. He's a bull that, I don't know if the young man thinks he's got a little fire there, but would maybe like to see him just grab a gear a little bit out of his front end in particular. Maybe searches a little bit out of his front end, but no doubt a bull here that's got a tremendous amount of quality. Be good to see him back here in the Grand Drive in just a minute.
And first place in Class 22 over in your MaineTainer Bull Show goes to entry number 181, MCCF Lucky Day, exhibited by Nicholas Phoenix of Midland, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer Bull here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand and reserve MaineTainer Bull.
Well, it's been fun to kind of sort through the bulls here this morning. Lots of different types and kinds have came in, and obviously lots of different goals. I'm sure for some of these bulls out here and what they're put on this earth to do and be utilized, and that's the fun part about what we do and bringing these cattle to town, because you never know who there in the back or walking through the barns is going to walk through and see value in your calf and think that they can work for their specific program. It's just my job out here today to kind of tell you which ones I would like to best utilize in what we do at home, and find the best quality in them that I can. And I do think it's been good. I think there's been some nice ones come through. There was one class that I thought in particular was very deep and very good, and no doubt a standout in that particular class in my mind that's going to be your champion today. But very, very excited to use the ones we're going to. If you could, standing ringside, these bulls aren't easy to work on. They take a lot of work. If you could, give these people a big round of applause for bringing these cattle to town.
And placings in Class 22 over in your Key Angus female show are as followed. First place and automatic champion late junior heifer calf will go to entry number 148, HR Phantom 602N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Second place and your reserve division champion will go to entry number 150 DAJS Miss Specialty 132, exhibited by Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. And third place in Class 22 will go to entry number 194, RSRS A Bucket of Diamonds, exhibited by Esley Knoll of Lafayette, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 Maine-Angus females, and this female's date of birth is February 10th of 2025. And first place in Class 24 over in your Maine-Angus female show goes to entry number 152, Ben Finesse's Aza, exhibited by Belle Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 25 Maine-Angus females. These females' date of birth range from January 29th through January 8th of 2025. And over in your MaineTainer Bull show, your grand champion MaineTainer Bull here at the North American will go to entry number 172, KMEM Popular Demand, exhibited by Splinger Cattle of Cascade, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion MaineTainer Bull here at the North American will go to entry number 186, BRWF Blueprint 228, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. And please note we had those first and second wrong in Class 19, so they will be your grand and reserve champion bull. Congratulations. And after we take pictures of your bulls, we will be moving into Class 23 Maine-Angus heifers. Again, we will be moving to Class 23 after photos. And first place in Class 25 over in your Maine-Angus female show goes to entry number 157, Sexy Tiara RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevens, son of Terry Halt, Indiana. Second place in Class 25 will go to entry number 155, FLF Nelly 114N, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. Now in the ring is the selection of your champion early junior heifer calf. And your champion early junior heifer calf will go to entry number 152, Ben Vanessa Zarza, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve division will go to entry number 157, Sexy Tiara RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson of Terre Haute, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 26 Key Angus females. This female's date of birth is September 16th of 2024. And first place in Class 26 and automatic champion senior heifer calf will go to entry number 161, Ardridge Jasmine in 2454, exhibited by Kat Branscombe of Nancy, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 27 Key Angus females. This female's date of birth is April 7th of 2024. And first place in Class 27 and automatic champion late spring yearling female will go to entry number 167, Core Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring will be Class 28 Key Angus females. This female's date of birth is March 22nd of 2024. And first place in Class 28, an automatic champion yearling spring female, goes to entry number 168. Hig Kelly for 30M, exhibited by Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 29 Key-Angus females. Make their way into the ring. These females' date of birth range from February 21st through February 15th of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 29 Key-Angus females. And now entering the ring over in your Maine-Angus female show is Class 23. Again, entering the ring now is Class 23. This heifer's date of birth is April 28th of 2025. And first place in Class 29 over in your Key-Angus female show goes to entry number 173, EGY Diamond Queen 22M, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. And second place in Class 29 goes to entry number 172, KCH Kiki 8M, exhibited by Cole Langston of Huntington, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 30 Key-Angus females. And these females' date of birth range from January 28th through January 25th of 2024.
We just ran our we had two classes of single entries here, and we just kind of ran them in together. But no doubt, two very, very high quality cattle that could have stood more competition. They're very different in terms of where they're at, in terms of their maturity and how they come to the ring today. So you got to kind of make your decision where you want to be in that regard. But at the end of the day, the overwhelming advantage of mass and power and body of this young lady's heifer that I elected to lead off with, which she is a month older, is going to be your calf champion in this particular group. You know, monster in terms of her rib and her center cage. She's really big hipped. I like her bone work. I think she gets out and travels really well. You know, she's not as tidy in terms of her neck and through her chest floor as that one that comes in second. And I would honestly like to pull just a little bit off this female, but just her cow power is hard to look past in this particular setting. I like the freshness and the quality found in this young lady's heifer that comes here in two. Quite a bit neater in terms of her throat latch and down through her chest. I think her hind leg gets out and travels well. At the same time, to me, a little bit more concerning, just right in behind her shoulder and how she ties there. A female that we just want to open up in that regard. And when she gets out into motion, maybe is a little vertical and a little bit more upright in the angle to her shoulder. Maybe wants to duck her neck just a little bit in terms of how she ties. But a very high quality female. It's got a very bright future. It'd be fun to see these two play out over the next couple months. So congratulations.
And placings for Class 30 over in your Key Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 156, Hig Kelly 404M, exhibited by Kira Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. And second place in that class goes to entry number 176, BMW Why Not 125M, exhibited by Samantha Van Vors of Bowling Green, Ohio. And third place in that class goes to entry number 174, Hig Cali 488M, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be selecting your champion early spring yearling female over in your Key Angus female show. And catching you up over in your Maine-Angus female show, your Maine-Angus Division I champion junior heifer calf and first place in Class 24. We'll go to entry number 201, BTLR TSSC First Lady 304N, exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. And your reserve Division I champion and first place in Class 23. We'll go to entry number 9067, Colburn Annie LU 5710N, exhibited by Camera Cook of Clovis, California. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 25 Maine-Angus heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 26th through February 5th of 2025. And your champion early spring yearling female over in your Key Angus female show. Your champion goes to entry number 156, Hig Kelly 404M, exhibited by Kira Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 173, EGY Diamond Queen 22M, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion Key Angus female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand and reserve champion Key Angus female. And as we are selecting your grand champion Key Angus female, I would like to reintroduce your judges for today over in your Key Angus show. We do have Charlie Boyd and Blake Boyd. Charlie Boyd joins us from Mayslick, Kentucky, where he and his family, Paula, Blake, and Grace, and Logan, own and operate Boyd Beef Cattle, a 5-generation C-stock operation. Charlie, again, has served on many cattle organization boards, including the Kentucky Angus Association and the American Angus Association, both as president. Charlie received his Bachelor's of Science from the University of Kentucky and has been fortunate enough to judge many shows across the country, including the North American. And also with him is Blake Boyd, and Blake resides in Mayslick, Kentucky with his wife Grace. They, along with Blake's family, operate an Angus and Hereford C-stock operation that, again, has been in business for over 120 years. And Boyd Beef Cattle hosts 3 production sales annually, selling over 200 bulls and females to progressive cattlemen across the country. Again, Blake has attended both Butler Community College and Oklahoma State University, where he was on 2 nationally competitive livestock judging teams. If you could put your hands together one more time for Mr. Charlie Boyd and Blake Boyd.
Kind of flip-flopped this top pair around a little bit, and honestly just kind of waiting for them to kind of compose themselves and give me a good read, and it is a little bit challenging, and I totally get it from these young people's standpoint. I'm sure they haven't been shown a bunch, and just getting them to the ring and acclimated and getting them to do what they want to do is a challenge, but they'll get there, and it does make it challenging, though, and I do think it's challenging between the pair of them. I'll be honest, standing still, there's no doubt that this is my favorite one. She's the neatest one in terms of her look up front. She's the most opened up. She's the boldest. She's the stoutest, probably the heaviest structured as well. I've gotten a few looks of her going around where I question her hock. I'd like to see her just grab a gear and have a little bit more flexibility in terms of how she handles it. Initially, I thought the one right behind her was an upgrade in that regard, and I do think she has more flex. I just don't know if it's enough to overcome her advantages of just overwhelming quality to go ahead and say we need to flip them back. But that's how I read that one. Very, very neat, very attractive, very opened up and powerful. I hope her hock stays together for the young man because she's got some big pieces. The young lady's heifer is just a little bit later maturing and smoother, and I do think she has a little bit more give and flexibility to her hock. At the same time, though, the longer she's out here, it makes me think maybe she's got a little too much set to it, a little extra in that regard, and maybe doesn't set down quite as attractively as maybe you'd like to see. I like this heifer's lateness and maturity. I like her balance. Her ability to get out and go, I think, is more flexible. Is she is opened up, powerful, and just wowy as the one that wins? Probably not, and that's why eventually she lands in 2, but a female that I think's got a bright future. The young lady's got a killer-looking one here that comes in 3. Beautiful in terms of her neck, her head, dead level in terms of her lines. Unfortunately, today she just becomes the frailest one and flattest one of this initial trio, but a female that, in a different situation, a different class, becomes very, very competitive. Good luck, young lady.
And placings in Class 25 over in your Maine-Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 204, TCJ Buttons, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 202, Hain Miss Molly in 3, exhibited by Haynes from Greenville, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 203, SFFC Hunt Blackcap 508. Exhibited by Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Please note entry number 205 was a scratch, and now in the ring is Class 26 Maine-Angus Heifers.
just a single entry over here on our Maine-Angus side, but one that certainly just kind of oozes quality, if you will. You get off to the profile of that girl, awesome in terms of her head and her neck, so feminine through the front third of her body, drops back with an awesome balance when you get off to the profile of her, not only in terms of her underline, but also her levelness of lines when you study her out through her hip, gets out and travels awesome, very flexible, very agile. Just a very high quality one. Not the stoutest one in terms of her pin set or bone, but certainly adequate and looks like one that can make a big one.
And over in your Key Angus show, your grand champion Key Angus female here in Broadbent Arena at the North American goes to entry number 167, Core Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Key Angus female goes to entry number 156, Haig Kelly 404, exhibited by Kira Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to all those Key Angus exhibitors. And we would like to congratulate your produce of Dam over in your key show, RSRS Diamond 1CA, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. Congratulations on that exhibition. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude your key show here at the 2025 North American. Again, congratulations to all exhibitors.
Not a lot of numbers here in this division, but certainly quality is very, very high amongst these three cattle that come back out here. I kind of flipped and flopped on that first class. Feel confident about what we ended up doing there, just in terms of quality and stoutness and power. The young man's effort's got a tremendous amount of good to her. A female that is neat looking, bold, and opened up, and very, very stout, heavy structure to go along with it. Like I commented in class, I still got a few concerns about just her angle to her hock and her ability to go, but I don't think it's enough to beat her in that particular class. A female that will be fun to kind of see what she does moving forward and how she holds together. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the young man's white flanked heifer here, just beautiful from the side in terms of her look and her symmetry, her female character through the front third of her body, and I do feel really good about her when she's on the move in terms of flexibility and soundness. A female that kind of just looks like she'll be a big one, and you can kind of project out. I'm not telling you she's as stout and powerful as that one right in front of her, but I do think she is the structural upgrade in my mind. Help me congratulate young man in the cowboy hat. He'll be your champion. Young man up front will be reserved. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 26 over in your Maine-Angus female show and your Division II champion junior heifer will go to entry number 210, POAK Junior Queen, 548, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 204, TCJ Buttons, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making her way into the ring is Class 27 Maine-Angus Summer Yearling Heifers. This heifer's date of birth is May 5th of 2024.
just a single entry as we continue on in our summer-born Maine-Angus division. And young man's white flanked heifer is certainly one that could have stood a lot of competition. Kind of came in a little bit lazy, but I think a female, when we get her back out here with some other ones, will hopefully kind of perk up. But the young man gets her stopped, and hard not to just love her cow-like feature about her head, her sweep to her center body, her balance and eye appeal is ultra good, and then has a quality hind leg to go along with it. One that just reads with a tremendous amount of good, a tremendous amount of quality. And once again, if you haven't noticed, I really like them to be good in terms of their hind leg, and I think she does that to a high degree. So be a fun one to get back out here. Congratulations to that young man.
And first place in Class 27 over in your Maine-Angus show goes to entry number 216, LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. Congratulations. That exhibitor will also be your Division III champion summer heifer. And now making their way into the ring is Class 28 Maine-Angus late spring yearling heifers. And again, these heifers' date of birth will be from March 2nd through April 15th of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 28 Maine-Angus late spring yearling heifers. And over in your key show, we would be proudly to tell you that your premier breeder goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations. And your premier exhibitor for this year's North American will go to Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
a very high quality pair of them out here, and almost I think it sometimes gets a little more challenging when there's not more to have in the class, just to kind of contrast and get your mind right, because both these cattle are very high quality, but also very different. I'll tell you the differences I see in them, and kind of why we land where we do in this particular class. The young ladies heifer is the one that up front that I elected to use. Is the one that I'm drawn to from the profile, a female that's high tying and very feminine, huge in terms of her rib and center body. She's quite a bit longer and level out of her hip, in my opinion, and just kind of gives you a great look of balance and eye appeal when you get off to the profile of her. You know, she's a female that you probably want to just see a shade more shape in, as far as having a little bit more turn to her body and even down through her lower stifle. She's a female that's probably got quite a bit on her in terms of condition, but I do think that she maintains herself and collects herself better when we get off to the profile. I think she stays more collected inside of her skeleton, out of her shoulder and front end, and then moves good enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg. The bolder, stouter one is this young lady's heifer that comes here in two. I think that heifer's got more power. I think she's a little bit stouter. When you get in behind her, you like the turn to her body. Still one that's attractive through the front third in terms of her head and her neck. She's a female that, to me, I struggle with just a little bit in terms of her front end design. I think she's a little more just opened up in terms of her blade and maybe sits on the outside of her body wall when you study her up front. Then I just want to make her just a little bit longer and looser, level her out of her hip and hind leg. But if you want to say that one's got more turn, more power, probably a shade more bone, I certainly wouldn't disagree. I just want to change her from a build standpoint ever so slightly. But good pair of heifers. Congratulations to them.
And first place in Class 28 over in your Maine-Angus female show. First place again goes to entry number 222, TJSC Phyllis 400M, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. And your second place goes to entry number 217, Cohen's Contesta 459M, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Please note entry number 218 was a scratch. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way into the ring is Class 29 Maine-Angus Junior Yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 20th through January 4th of 2024.
Another good class and a nice trio of cattle to kind of close out our Maine-Angus show here. And the one that I keep gravitating towards is the young lady up front. And not only from the profile is she the one you like, but also the one that when we get them into motion, I think it maintains herself the best and stays the most collected. Obviously very attractive through the front third of her body, clean through her throat latch, down through her chest floor. Really good in terms of her length of hip and levelness down her top line. Center body sweep is very, very nice. And like I said, I think she gets out and travels well in terms of reach and flexibility and staying collected. You know, the question you got to ask yourself, is there quite enough of that heifer, just in terms of natural body turn and even down throughout her lower stifle and twist? But a female that, you know, from the outside profile, I think is very, very cool. Young lady's heifer that comes in two, no doubt has more to her in terms of pin width, in terms of boldness, in terms of natural rib shape. Just wasn't quite as in love with this heifer when we get her into motion. Thought she read just quite a bit more upright in the angle to her shoulder and wanted to search out of her front end. And I'm not saying that she's a hind leg issue. It's just not the most attractive in terms of how she sets and flexes it when we get her into motion. More importantly, just want to alter her in terms of her front end skeleton. No doubt, though, a cowy one that is stout, powerful, really good in terms of her body. Young man's got a nice heifer here that rounds out the class. Excuse me, one that's sound, one that is long and level out of her hip. Young man's got a great hair coat on her. Just simply becomes the plainest about her general feature through the front third of her body and even down to her skeleton. Probably the driest and hardest in her rib and center as well. But nonetheless, a good class. Congratulations to them.
And placings in Class 29 over in your Maine-Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 228, Poke Queen of M240, exhibited by Carter Corgay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And second place goes to entry number 230, TJSC Harmony, 18M, exhibited by Kaylee Buncher of Alexandria, Indiana. Third place in that class will go to entry number 224, KRE Lady Kate, 220M, exhibited by Colby Campbell of Chandlersville, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Division 5 champion junior yearling heifer.
Well, a good division as we kind of come to the close here in our Maine-Angus show and get to our last division here. Two really nice class winners and two respective seconds that follow them in this particular group. You know, we a little bit different in type and kind. These two young ladies heifers here in front of me. I'll tell you what I see in them just a little bit. The young ladies heifer up front is probably a shade more moderate in her type and kind. Female that's very cowy about her appearance. I like her femininity and attractiveness up front. Really good in terms of her rib and her center. Just very, very cow-like in that regard. And still one that was quite a bit longer and leveler out of her hip compared to that one that I think came in second in that particular group. Like I alluded to just a little bit in class, you know, that heifer's probably got a little bit of condition on her. Is she just the stoutest one in terms of her muscle shape? No, but I don't know if she's one that you would just call narrow either. But a female that I think gets out and handles herself well in terms of her hind leg. I don't know if it's just elite athlete hind leg, but I think you'd be stretching yourself to call her unsound in terms of hind leg function. But a very cowy one that puts together a lot of good pieces. The young ladies heifer here in second, or out of our second class, excuse me, obviously a bigger framed, extended kind of female that's got some wowie pieces. When you get off to the profile of her, really attractive up front, level in terms of her hip, just gives you a really, really cool outline. You know, she's a female that to me, you question just a little bit in terms of that size, that extension. Is there just enough to her? in terms of boldness and just cow power there. But no doubt, a female that you really like and can stare at all day when you get off to the profile of her. Really, really high quality and a fun pair to evaluate. So I'll put the mic down. I'll show you which two I like. If you could stand in ringside, give these young people a big round of applause.
And your Division 5 champion junior yearling heifer will go to entry number 222, TJSC Phyllis 400M, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. Congratulations. And your Division 5 reserve champion female goes to entry number 228, Poke Queen 4240, exhibited by Carter Corge of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And we're now ready to select your grand champion Maine-Angus female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand and reserve champion Maine-Angus heifer.
Well, a fun division to sort through here in our Maine-Angus, and we get our division winners back out here, and certainly fun. I think it's challenging to kind of say where you want to be, but very, very happy with each division winner we have back out here. I won't take too much time, but briefly go through and just talk about them for a minute. The young ladies heifer won. Or Division One, excuse me, just from her cow feature standpoint, huge-bodied, mobile, really opened up when you step in behind her. I was just more comfortable with her type and kind compared to the one that came in second or reserve in that division. That probably has a few more cool pieces, just maybe didn't piece together quite as nicely. This heifer up front, like I commented, maybe like to peel her back a little bit in terms of condition and tidy her up front. But no doubt one that you can already project out to be an incredible cow piece. Young man's cowboy hat heifer here, one that won that particular division just on the move. A female that is really flexible, really gets out and handles herself well in terms of her hind leg and front end skeleton, especially when she's not fighting this young man on the move. Like we said, incredible in terms of her neck set, dead level in terms of her lines, her balance and symmetry, I think is awesome. Like we commented just a little bit in class, to make her up there and say that she needs to be in that top 2 discussion, probably needs just a little bit more pin set and bone at this stage of the game to really say she's ready to fight. I think that heifer projects as an awesome big one, and I'm sure we will see her back here next year. It'll be fun to watch her kind of mature. The young man just was a single entry in that summer division there. And one that comes back out here and looks very good, in my opinion. Maybe for as we get them all back out here, is as fresh as any to me in terms of her condition, especially for an older heifer. I think she's got a really, really good hind leg. Her body, her mass, I think is very, very appropriate. Cow-like feature about her front end. Just very, very complete and good. And like I said, I talked about it a little bit in terms of her division. I'm a big hind leg guy. I think that's as good as what we've got out here in that regard. At times I can't decide if she's just wanting to fight. I'm sure she's been here all week and is wanting to go home. Every once in a while you question her just a little bit out of her front end skeleton. But with that being said, I think the angle to it's fine. Standing here, I'm going to chalk it up a little bit to just being here and being a little bit tired. The last division, a group of heifers here that were very different in type and kind, elected to use this more moderate, bigger-bodied one that was probably just a little bit easier keeping looking. A female that's very maternal in her type and kind, more than enough bone, really good in terms of her feature up front. She's a female that, to me, you question a little bit just in terms of where she's at in condition to shape. And like I said a couple times, I would never call this heifer unsound. Is she just an absolute athlete out here? Probably not. Maybe on the move, wants to get just a little bit deeper in terms of her chest and come apart there. But no doubt, her cow feature, her body, her presence, overwhelming look from the profile puts her right in the middle of things. So I'm going to take one more look. Get you a champion reserve out of here. If you could, stand in ringside. Give these kids a big round of applause on an awesome set of cattle.
And your grand champion, Maine-Angus heifer here in Broadbent Arena at the North American will go to entry number 216, LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, Maine-Angus female, goes to entry number 222, TJSC Phyllis 400M, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And we will get a short picture over on your Maine-Angus female side, and then we'll be moving into your MaineTainer heifer show here in Broadbent with Class 30. Again, we'll take a short photo break, and they'll be moving into Class 30 MaineTainer heifer calves.
As we get into our MaineTainer show, just a single entry here for this young man, moderately framed May female here, but one that certainly has a tremendous amount of quality. Awesome neck, awesome looking, really clean from throat latch down through her chest, and then opens up with a really cool body shape. Still a female that's got a good hind leg and a level hip to go along with it. One that just reads with a tremendous amount of quality. It'd be fun to get her back out here against a couple other ones. Maybe pushes a little bit in terms of her front knee, but getting critical of one that is very, very nice.
And first place in Class 30 over in your MaineTainer Heifer female show goes to entry number 99, WRA 48 Ace, 531N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 31 MaineTainer Heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from April 14th through April 9th of 2025.
We're going to leave these as they came in here, and two cattle that are very different in type and kind, and honestly, the presentation difference probably makes it even a little bit more challenging. The young man's heifer up here, I like to lead off with, to me, is just a little bit more my speed in terms of structure and hind leg. She's a female that reads quite a bit smoother and more maternal, more ladylike in terms of her muscle pattern. She's longer and leveler out through her hip, very maternal about her head and neck. Honestly, just being blunt, we could knock some hair off this female and smoothen her up in a few areas, particularly in her tail head and at the top side of her blade. But a female that I think structure, smoothness, and flexibility allows her to win this particular class. If you want to say this one's stouter, powerful, and more elite in terms of her presentation, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. A female that's opened up and is big-hipped, still neat through the front third of her body. We put that heifer into motion, and she just comes out of balance for me a little bit, a little shorter and rounder out of her hip and rounder in her muscle pattern. I'd like to see her hock go with just a shade more flexibility, but no doubt one that is very attractive and stout and powerful.
And first place in Class 31 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 101, MJCC Nava, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in Class 31 will go to entry number 102, TSSC ETL Playing Games, 5203N, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen of Martinsville, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way in the ring is Class 32 MaineTainer Heifer Calves. These heifers' date of birth range from March 25th through March 4th of 2025.
Another nice pair of them as we continue on in the MaineTainers, and young man's heifer up front is just going to win, and win so on the move for me. A female is just quite a bit more correct in the angles to her skeleton, has a more athletic hind leg, and is just more flexible when we get her into motion. Past that, that's a female that is really high tying and attractive, really good in terms of her lines and her balance. You know, I'm not going to tell you that she's the boldest in terms of her rib cage, or maybe even the softest today in terms of her rib and center body in relation to her frame, but that's a female that I think has got a really nice skeleton underneath of her and a very, very high quality look. Standing still, the young lady's heifer has got a lot of good to her. She is probably the stouter option just in terms of her rib cage and her boldness. Female that's still attractive through the front third in terms of her head and her neck. To me, she's just a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. She's a little more upright in the angle to her hock, and is just a little bit more... She gets a little stabbier in terms of her hock when we get her into motion, for lack of a better terms. Just want to free her up out of her rear skeleton, allow her to be more flexible in that regard.
And first place in Class 32 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 113, JSUL Houdat Mafia 5168N, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in Class 32 goes to entry number 106, Steck Lucy PT 523N, exhibited by Maggie Johnston of McConnersburg, Pennsylvania. And please note, entry number 112 was a scratch. We will now be selecting your Division I Champion Junior Heifer female. Again, we will be selecting your Champion Junior Heifer calf over in your MaineTainer female show.
Once again, another really nice way to jump into a breed here with a nice division of MaineTainer females, and some differences as they came through the ring, and not a lot of numbers, but certainly some very nice quality. The young man's heifer up front, very immature, obviously, at this stage of the game, just being a May, but a female that you like for added look up front in combination with body shape and stoutness. A female that be interesting to see just how she matures in terms of her maturity pattern, where she winds up mature size-wise. Maybe a little upright up front, but a female that is very, very high quality. The young man's in the cowboy hat is a heifer there that won a tough pair, in my opinion. I liked her looseness of build and her flexibility, her ability to be just a shade smoother in terms of her muscle pattern as well. It's got a good hind leg underneath of her. But not quite as sharp in terms of her presentation as a couple other ones out here. Maybe not quite as sharp in terms of her neck set as well. but a female that you certainly like for looseness of build, her ability to get out and travel and be flexible. Young man that won our last class, one that kind of grabs your attention in terms of look up front and feature. She's a female that's awesome in terms of her balance and proportions. Really, really pretty green yet in terms of how she comes to the ring. And you would expect that female to continue on and just add more bulk and bloom and continue to get better because her structure underneath certainly makes you think that she's going to continue on and be a good big one. So good division here. I'll go show you which two I like. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And your Division I champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number 113, JSUL Houdat Mafia 5168N, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 101, MJCC Neva, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 33 MaineTainer heifer calves. And these heifers' date of birth will range from February 20th through February 10th of 2025. Again, now making their way into the ring is Class 33 MaineTainer heifer calves. And again, don't forget to check out all the photos from this year's North American, all backdrop photos and ring photos from Lindy's Livestock Photos. Again, to find those photos, go to lindysphotos.com to view all ring shots and backdrop photos. We do appreciate Lindy's Livestock Photos for being the official photographer for this year's North American.
Well, a very challenging class to evaluate here in my mind, not only because the cattle I don't think necessarily separate, but also none of them wanting to cooperate very well for us out here in the ring. So kind of got to make it what it is. And at the end of the day, the heifer, I think, even though she's probably acting the worst, I think does have the most quality is this young lady's heifer here. A female that's very nice looking in terms of her head and her neck. I think she's got some turn to her body. I think when she gets out and handles herself, her hind leg is pretty flexible. She wants to duck her pins just a little bit. She wants to fight up front in terms of the angle to her shoulder, but a female that I think is nice looking and combines it with some balance. Young man's heifer that winds up in second here. Doesn't want to go out of her front end at all for this young man when he puts her into motion. Standing still, she's got pieces that I want to use to win the class. She's probably as intriguing as any through the front third of her body. She's got some width and stoutness. Her hind leg reads to be good in the angle to it. I just can't read if she gets out of her front end good enough the way that she's acting. But that young man will get her set up and give you a good look. Keep working with her, buddy. I think she's got a lot of future to her. Young lady's heifer standing still here has got a really cool look. I like her head and neck. A female that's got some turn to her body. She wants to get just too off in terms of her pin set, how she reads out through her tail head, and then wants to kind of pull herself underneath of herself through the base of her skeleton. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class here is a big-bodied female, kind of cowy in terms of her look. A female that's got some levelness of lines. To me, she was the flattest one. To me, she was the frailest one when we got down to the surface, and probably just the most general about her look. But no doubt, a female that if you said was just the big-bodied one that looks like a cow, certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to move her up.
And placings in Class 33 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 117, CFCCGG 945M, exhibited by Emma Wagler of Morgantown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 116, KNEP Chelsea M N220, exhibited by Case Knapp of Plymouth, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 118, FEN Pearl 23N, exhibited by Naomi Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And fourth place goes to entry number 805, CCLF Charleston Girl 125M, exhibited by Audrey Ornance of Gibble Glade, Pennsylvania. Congratulations.
The young man just has a single entry here with his red heifer, but certainly one that has a good amount of quality to her. Female, though, when you get off to the profile of her and look at her in terms of her neck set and her levelness of lines and balance, I think is very, very nice. Still gets out the ring and handles herself good out of her hip and her hind leg. You know, we'd adjust that female just a little bit in terms of her front end structure, or give her more slope and angulation to her shoulder and knee there. Maybe just bulk her up a shade, but no doubt a female here that'll be in contention when we get her back in this division.
And first place in Class 34 MaineTainer Heifers goes to entry number 123, NEP Chelsea M 116, exhibited by Charlie Knapp of Warsaw, Indiana. Congratulations. And now entering the ring will be the selection of your Division II Champion Junior Heifer Calf. Again, now entering the ring is Division II.
As we get to another division here, you know, not a lot of numbers once again, but quality remains good. That class that led off this division was very challenging, not only from a you know, looking at them phenotypically, it was going to be challenging enough, but then they didn't want to act the best, so we kind of had to muddle through that. But both heifers, I think, come back out here and look good, and then we got a really nice red heifer. There was a single entry that's certainly in contention too. But with that being said, there's two of them that I think are just the highest quality when they get back out here in terms of tying some unique pieces together and being just a little bit better in terms of their attitude as they come back out. We're going to keep the two out of the first class together for your champion reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And your Division II Champion Junior Heifer Calf will go to entry number 117, CFCCGG 945N, exhibited by Emma Wagler of Morgantown, Indiana. And your Reserve Division Champion will go to entry number 116, KNEP Chelsea M N220, exhibited by K Snap of Plymouth, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 35 MaineTainer winner heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from November 25th through November 12th of 2024.
We're going to leave these November heifers as they are, as they came in the ring, and a really nice place to start here with the young man's heifer. I think she does a lot of neat things in terms of her ability to tie high out of the top side of her shoulder, like the set and angularity to her hock and pastern, good sized foot underneath of her, and still balances up really, really nicely. You know, she's maybe got just a little bit broader forehead than what I'd like to see. Maybe like to open her up just a little bit in terms of her rib cage, but a very fresh, very high quality female. It looks like she can be a big one. The Baldy Heifer comes next in a moderate, easy keeping kind of replacement female here that is going to make a great cow piece for her. I like her utility through her rib and her center body, very ladylike through the front third. You know, maybe comparatively to that one that wins, just a little more moderate in terms of size, maybe a little bit frailer in terms of her feature, but a nice female here that's going to make a tremendous cow.
First place in Class 35, MaineTainer winner Heifer Calves and automatic Division III champion fall Heifer Calf goes to entry number 128, PCC DKBF Dat Style 137M, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 35 at automatic reserve champion fall Heifer Calf goes to entry number 129, Three Aces Shadow M964, exhibited by Bristol Holloway of Olmsted, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Please note that Class 36 was a scratch. Now entering the ring will be Class 37 MaineTainer Summer Yearling Heifers. Again, now entering the ring is Class 37 Summer Yearling Heifers.
Another high quality class as we continue through these maintainers. And the female that I like to tie to me, just reads with the most symmetry, the most eye appeal, and probably, although not perfect in terms of her structure, is the one I'm the most comfortable with. She's got an advantage of just being having more slope up front to her shoulder and her knee. She ties in a little smoother at her shoulder. A really nice headed, necked female here that balances good in terms of her underline. A female that's got a nice set in terms of flexibility to her pastern. She maybe wants to rotate her hock just a little bit when we get her into motion. She's not the levelest out through her hip, but certainly the one that I think you find the most quality in this particular group. A nice female to start with. You know, standing still, you can like a lot of things about this young lady's heifer. Overwhelming in terms of stoutness and power, extremely bold, and I do think she handles herself well in terms of her hock and her pastern. She wants to get just a little bit more opened up in her blade and her shoulder. Maybe wants to rock forward when we get her into motion. Consequently, her spine wants to come up. Standing still, like a lot of things about this young man's heifer. Neat looking, bold bodied, opened up, very, very stout and eye appealing. Level about her hip. Hock's just got to go better for me to move her up any higher. Just a little more upright. Wants to just not be as authoritative and flexible in that regard. Young man's heifer that comes next, very cowy in terms of her look, big-bodied and very maternal. Just need to pull her back in terms of condition for me. Just freshen her up over her pins and her body condition. And then once again, maybe just free her up in terms of her hock and stouten her up in terms of her bone work. The fresh green one is the young ladies that rounds out the class, and I commend her for that. Unfortunately, it just works against her a little bit. Excuse me. She's a female that just probably looks a little bit raw today as she hits the ring. Just need to make her softer and give her just a more sensible look through her rib and her center body.
And placings in Class 37 over in your MaineTainer Summer Yearling class and Automatic Division 4 Champion Summer Yearling Heifer will go to entry number 137, Divine Miss Me 429M, exhibited by Zoe Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 37 and Automatic Reserve Division will go to entry number 132, JBRE Sandy 421M, exhibited by Macy Simpkin of Bidwell, Ohio. Third place in Class 37 will go to entry number 134, LRCC Saw Swing 201M, exhibited by Clay Miller of Forest, Illinois. And fourth place in that class will go to entry number 135, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 136, JFW Phoebe M65, exhibited by Emma Hummer of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 38 MaineTainer females. Again, entering the ring now is Class 38 MaineTainer females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 18th through April 5th of 2024.
Well, another good class here in our MaineTainer division, and the young man in the cowboy hat, I think handily wins this class, and a female that just from a brood cow standpoint, I think you can like a lot of things about, specifically shoulder back, a female that you really like for her added robustness of rib, her center body, her levelness of hip, and then still has a very good hind leg in terms of mobility. There's a lot of cow there, and one that you certainly admire for those things. She's not the prettiest in terms of her head and her neck. I'm not saying that she's ugly, but you know, you would like to maybe just refine her a little bit in that regard. But still, a female that is just so hard to ignore in terms of her boldness, her ability to get out and go, and her cow-like feature. Just a very, very good individual to win this class. The young lady's heifer that comes here in 2 is just simply fresher in terms of her look and her shape compared to the female that comes in 3. A female that's really nice in terms of her head, a good sweep to her center body, got some stoutness out through her hip, and a nice set to her hind leg. Thought she wanted to open just a little bit the base of her shoulder, maybe pushes just a little bit more chest down through her chest floor, but a female that I think has got a lot of good to her and just simply has a fresher appearance to her than this young lady's female that rounds out our class. Young lady, you could have been in some different classes and been right towards the top, no doubt. A female that's got some really neat parts in terms of having her ability to tie her neck high at the top side of her shoulder, in terms of having a good profile to her and a good shape to her center body and underline. She wants to get just a little more uncoordinated in terms of her hock. When she goes away, she's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder. And like I alluded to, not only just from a hair standpoint, but I think a shape standpoint, I just want to freshen that female up a little bit. But no doubt, 3 high-quality individuals, very, very nice.
And placings in Class 38 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 139, TSSC BTOM Mika Malakunas 4114, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farland, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to entry number 143, MFS Press Angel Games 430M, exhibited by Gabrielle Thibault of Idaville, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 142, CURC All Dreams 150M, exhibited by Keelan Calhoun of Caro in Montana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 39 MaineTainer Early Spring Yearling Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 28th through March 1st of 2024.
I apologize for taking just a little bit of time, and to be 100% honest with you, I still haven't quite made up my mind, so I'm just going to talk through them and tell you guys what I see in two awesome maintainer females here in this particular class that are very, very fun to evaluate and very different in type and kind. So just to talk about them a little bit, the young man's heifer up front, very, very eye-catching and demanding. When you get off to the profile of her, a female that ties high at the top side of her shoulder. She's long and level out of her hip. I think she's got an advantage in that regard over the heifer behind her, just in terms of her pin placement and her levelness there. She's a longer-bodied female in my mind when you get off to the profile of her, and I think that allows her to just give you a little bit longer look out there through her hip. Female that I think's got enough bone. I'm not saying she's huge boned. I think she's got enough. Her underline balances nicely. You know, there's times when you get off this female and you get her going. You know, does she just look awkward moving in terms of her hind leg a little bit? Is she just always the most accurate and flexible in terms of how she handles it and the squarest? No, it's not. And I think that's one of the things that is a holdup and a discussion piece in this particular group. The other thing I'd change about this heifer is just her head shape a little bit. I'd like to adjust her in that regard. But a female that is so tight-necked, so level in terms of her hip, and just gives you such a look of quality, it makes it very, very challenging to beat her. But there are a couple things that you ding her on in that, and like I just talked about there. The young lady's heifer that comes here in second, a little shorter bodied female, but man, she got a big dense rear leg, a big flexible one when she wants to. At times it's kind of confusing because you stand there and you look at the angle to it, the size of it, the slope down to her pastern and hock, and you think she's just going to motor, and at times she does. And then there's times where it looks awkward and she kind of bumbles around just a little bit in terms of how she wants to plant and place it. Like I commented, she's a shorter bodied female, which I think makes her look just a little bit denser in terms of her body. She's huge in terms of her rib cage. She still ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. Like I alluded to just a minute ago, I'd like to pick her up in her pins just a little bit and just square her there in her hip, which I think allows her to reach good. Like I said, it's just her placement of it down low at times that it makes you think it's a little bit awkward. Like I commented, I prefer her stoutness of foot and density at the ground compared to that one up front. But I just wish she was a shade more accurate. Beautiful cow. Would love to breed on her. I think she's got a lot of unique pieces. So two awesome heifers. As I sit out here and talk about them just a little bit more and run it through my head, I commend both these young people for bringing cattle this good to the North American and presenting them at this level. We're going to leave them as they stand. Young man up front will win the class. Young lady here will be two. Congratulations on two awesome heifers. Young man comes here in three is one that's got a really maternal look, a female that you like in terms of her cow feature up front, got some shape and stoutness to her. All those things are good. Just need to allow this girl to get out and go with more flexibility out of her hind leg, allow her to be more athletic. If we make that adjustment, she can push up into that top pair. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that's certainly stout and powerful, and you like the shape and dimension that she has. She's a female that just becomes the coarsest to most off balance in this initial group, but nonetheless, a great class of heifers, an awesome top pair. My compliments to them.
And first place in Class 39 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 146, Miss Showcase Diamond, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Congratulations. And second place in that class will go to entry number 157, J-Boy Tammy 401M, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 154, Gaines Pearl ET, exhibited by Lawson Mendez of Clovis, California. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 149, Tina, exhibited by Emily Harwer of Big Prairie, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 40 MaineTainer Junior Yearling Heifers. Again, entering the ring now is Class 40 MaineTainer Females. These heifers' date of birth range from February 25th through February 2nd of 2024.
another good class over here in our MaineTainer ring, and a good class, but a commanding winner at the same time with the young ladies heifer that we got here at the front. A female that has a tremendous amount of quality, high tying, beautiful headed, level hipped, underline balance is awesome, especially from her shoulder back. Just puts together a lot of really, really neat things, and I still think she handles herself good in terms of her hind leg. You know, the question I have in my mind that we'll probably find out here in just a moment when we get her back out here, does she have just enough boldness and stoutness in relation to where she sits in terms of her chest floor? But a female that I think is very high quality and going to be right in the mix of things when we get her back out here for your championship in this division. 2 and 3 was a nice decision here, I think, and a challenging one. Read just a little bit more sensibility in terms of size in the young ladies heifer here. Female, it's got some body turn, some stoutness, reads better right in behind her shoulder than the one that comes here in second, or in third, excuse me. She's a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She's not just quite as wowy as that one that wins the class in terms of extras of bone and look, but a really nice place to be here in 2. Young ladies heifer that comes in third is long-bodied, extended, long and level out of her hip, and still gets out and travels relatively well. Just need to bulk her up in terms of her rib and her center in relation to her frame size. Just give her a little bit more low maintenance look, but a really nice one there to be in 3. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that has some power and some stoutness when you step in behind her. You like her extra density at the ground in terms of hind leg. Just a little bit rougher in terms of how she comes to us in her shoulder. Not quite as nice in her hair coat, which works against her, unfortunately, as well. But going to be a nice cow for that young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
And first place in Class 40 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 164, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hallie Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. And second place in that class goes to entry number 165, Polly G Lady Crystal 22M, exhibited by Zoe Stranger of Dundee, Michigan. And third place in that class goes to entry number 159, DSM Sugars Angel 052M, exhibited by Journey Richley of Somerset, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 184, MLCC Stunner, M71, exhibited by Kelsey Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is your Division 5 champion, Junior Yearling heifer. Again, now in the ring is Division 5 MaineTainer females.
Well, as fun of a trio to evaluate, and as fun of a division as we've had all day over here in our main show, and it has been awesome all day. I've enjoyed it. It's been a tremendous amount of fun, but this is where it gets really challenging and really tough because I think you could. I know we're just fresh off the judging contest here at the North American, but you could line up about 300 college kids and give them all cards, and I'd be interested to listen to it because I think you could go a lot of different ways, and I don't think they'd be wrong. The quality's good. The kids showing them are awesome. The presentation from you guys in the back is incredible. And it's something that is a true honor for me to stand out here and to give you my opinion on. So we'll just give, I'll just talk about them just a little bit and tell you where I'm at on this group of cattle. Starting out with the young man in the cowboy hat here, a female that you know, you study that female from her shoulder back, and there's some things that I am confident about in this group of cattle, that she is as bold, she is as deep, she is as opened up as any of them, and I think she's probably the most athletic in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's a female that I think gets out and handles herself extremely good in that regard. She's still got enough density in terms of her skeleton, and like I said, from a cow standpoint, I don't think you can argue that that is the most opened up one that is packing the most punch just in terms of her midrib and out through her hip and her stoutness. Now, obviously, we study her up through the front one-third of her body, and to call it what it is, she's the plainest of the three that are out here in terms of her neck set, in terms of her head feature. Really, I think her chest floor sits into her pretty good, maybe as good as any of them in this lineup. She's just not as dynamic in terms of her head and her neck. You just got to make the call, is she pretty enough to go ahead and say she needs to win. The female that comes out of our next class, what came out of a tough pair that I thought was very, very challenging. She ended up winning just because of her levelness of hip, her attractiveness up front. Ended up kind of calling their hind leg a wash in that particular group, and that's why I elected to go ahead and use her. She's a female, as we talked, very dynamic in terms of her look up front, high tying, tight-necked, a female that the young man gets her pulled together now and can really get her pieces pulled together. She's a female that is extra long-bodied, and at times out here, I've thought maybe she got just a little bit lazy and came apart in her top line. When that young man gets her parked there and gets in the game, she pulls it together to a very, very high level. Like I've commented a couple times, I'm not in love with just how she handles herself in terms of her hind leg. I don't think she's the squarest or most consistent in terms of how she gets out and handles it. But man, you talk about one that's got a killer look, is level-hipped, and presented to the nines. Just a very, very high-quality female to be here at the North American. Young lady that came out of our last class, another one that gets right in the mix. And just to talk about her, another one that gives you a really dynamic look through the top side of her neck, a good-headed female, good in her lines, levelness of hip is really good. Probably has got just a little bit squarer and more flexible hind leg than the one that stands right in front of her. And I think they're similar in terms of body type and underlying balance. You know, the question that you got to ask yourself about her, you get off to the profile and just say, well, she's better hind-legged and better looking. Maybe she's the one we need to use. Well, to me, the question on her is, does her chest floor sit out just a little bit too much in relation to where she is in terms of her body mass and her rib design in terms of boldness? I think she flattens up just a little bit in terms of her rib, and I do think she's got just a little bit of chest. With that being said, she's a female that is right in the mix of things because of her look up front, her levelness of the hip, and I do think her structure is more than good enough in this particular situation. So that's my general read about these cattle. I think they're very, very good, and I'm going to take one more look, go get you a champion or reserve in this particular group. But if you could, you as breeders, you as exhibitors, give these kids a big round of applause.
And your Division 5 champion junior yearling MaineTainer female will go to entry number 139, TSSC BTOM Maine-Anjou 4114, exhibited by Hogan Henderson of Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations. And your Division 5 Reserve Champion Junior Yearling Heifer will go to entry number 164, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 41 MaineTainer Cow-Calf Pairs. Again, now entering the ring is Class 41 MaineTainer Cow-Calf Pairs.
These two young ladies bring us a really nice cow-calf pair here, and certainly commend them for the extra work and time and effort that they've put into this. I know it's not easy to get it done, and the young lady's cow here doing a great job with this young calf. Really nice spacing on her teats, a good refinement to them, very feminine and maternal about her feature and look, very functional in terms of her build, doing a nice job with this young heifer calf at side that looks like she's going to be a great one to have on the team moving forward as well. So if you would, stand in ringside, give these kids a nice round of applause.
And first place in Class 41 and automatic Division 6 champion cow-calf pair will go to entry number 183. FEN Black Cadillac, exhibited by Gracie Fletcher of McAlpin, Florida. Congratulations. And we're now ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer heifer here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer female here at the North American. And I would like to take this time to reintroduce your judge over in your MaineTainer female show today. Mr. Bodie Schliff is from El Paso, Illinois, where he helps manage tree Three Tree Lane Farms, a cattle operation which specializes in raising Angus and Simmental cattle. Bodie was a member of the judging team at Lakeland Junior College, then transferred and judged at Oklahoma State University. Bodie is currently a sales representative for Show Circuit Online Sales. If you could join me in giving Mr. Bodie a big round of applause for being here with us this afternoon.
As we kind of come to the conclusion of the show, just want to take a moment and say a very, very sincere thank you from me for allowing me to come here and judge at the North American. I want to thank the Maine Association for allowing me the opportunity to be here amongst probably the hottest breed in the country and in the industry, in my opinion, and the honor to come out here and sort through these cattle is something that I am very, very thankful for. I want to thank the breeders and everyone else, the North American. It's been a pleasure, and I'm very thankful for it. Want to thank our family at home. My family at home, kind of keeping things running while we've been gone. We were here last week and ran home, and then made a quick trip back last night for me to be able to judge. And then Jess was helping a couple families in the Simmental show. So I want to say a special thank you to her and our crew. For allowing me to have the opportunity to do this and keeping the wheels on the bus. So very, very fortunate and thankful for this opportunity. I won't talk a whole lot more. I appreciate the kids. We've had very, very few people that are non-juniors showing today, which I think is cool. It shows there's commitment and their fortitude to get through a long week and still be here. I know these cattle are tired. I know the kids are tired. I know the crews in the back are tired. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Hope everyone continues on throughout the fall and heads towards the winter majors, and wish you the best. No matter how you did today, just know that it's just my opinion today, and nothing personal against anyone. And wish you absolutely the best moving forward. So if you could, I'm going to put the mic down one time. Let's put a big hand together for everyone involved in this show. Thank you.
And your grand champion MaineTainer Heifer here at the 2025 North American will go to entry number 139, TSSC BTOM Mila Kunis 4114, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion MaineTainer Heifer goes to entry number 164, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Hello, hello. Divisions and reserves that are leaving, please make sure you get a picture for the magazine if you haven't already done so. Also, I meant to do this a little bit earlier, but we did have a raffle this week that we do during the week of the North American for Junior National sponsorship. We sell some different squares, and we drew for that this morning, and the winner of that is Jared Arthur. So we want to say thank you to everybody who did participate in that. We're looking forward to our Junior National this summer in Grand Island, Nebraska, June 12th through 18th.
Congratulations to all your Maine-Anjou exhibitors for a successful show here at the North American, and we do appreciate everyone being here and participating in this year's show.